performing Mythos by Soon E. Newbold.
All right, thanks for playing, guys. Very cool, very cool. How long have you been working on this one? For how long? Okay, cool. Very cool. I like that you guys are aware of each other's different parts that happen, especially when we have the tempo change at 17, where we go into the faster tempo. Everyone seems aware of what's happening. Sometimes the tempo is a little different depending on which instrument you're playing. So it's important that if you have longer notes, like half notes and even just quarter notes, when you have longer notes and your friends have some eighth notes, to lock into their eighth notes so you make sure that you're staying together. Okay.
Hey, good job. I was gonna say the same. I think if you could fix the rhythm and your articulation, we could hear the ba da 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 much better. And I think you could probably also hear it much better, because I kind of lost it at the beginning with the violins, and then I heard it when the cellos came in. So I think if we can lock in with that better, then everything, like, we would have a better sense of tempo and of rhythm, and then everything else would click together better. So the sound was good, you did dynamics, the intonation was pretty good. So I think it's just the rhythm that we struggled with a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Great performance. It was awesome to hear this piece after seeing you guys work on it for so long. I think, yeah, just locking in with the eighth notes, and then once you get that, I mean, left hand is basically there. I think just thinking about blend, too, is the next thing. There were times where I was just kind of confused, like, where the melody line was. But I think, in general, we've made really great work with this. So, good job.
You want to start now? I'm just doing this one.
Good job. I have to say I really enjoyed like how steady you guys kept your tempo. Like the lower strings, you guys kind of held down the fort, which was really great. And then there was like a lot of confidence in like the melody from the violins over here, and I think that can be attributed to having a really stable bass, which is like kind of a luxury to have sometimes. I think that like was maybe one of your stronger things, was like how like stable things were and how together you guys played. I think generally like as like a violinist, I would love to hear like more second violin to support the first violin sound.
I feel like she's heard that before.
Yeah. Like there's some really interesting like second violin things happening in this that I would have loved. I think would have loved to hear like way more of. Like I heard it. I think you can like own it. Like it's an interesting second violin part in some places, which like we don't get that a lot, right? So a lot of the times there's like pretty boring second violin parts, but I think this one is like has some interesting things in it, and you can like play that out and like show off a little bit. And then then we would have like a really great blend between violin 1 and 2, because you guys have this really awesome like bass here. And then like I guess my last little thing is as far as like intonation goes, is like listening down to like your lowest note in whatever area that you're playing, and like tuning down that way. So, but otherwise, great job. And I thought you guys played very well.
My first thought was, good job. I mean, we can all tell Miss Smiley is a cellist, I think. Good job having cellos in the middle. I think this is a good piece to have that, bass in the middle, and it's what Dr. Pacheco was talking about as well. Me being a cellist, I think I would have loved to hear more difference between the time signatures. So I didn't have my score on at the beginning. I was just listening, and then I had it on. I turned it on, and I was like, "Oh, there's a 6/8 in there," and it starts in a 3/4, right? And I think I would like to hear that more. I should be able to hear what time signature you're playing in, and I didn't really hear that change. So I would have loved to hear like taka 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 ta da dee ta da da. So it's just where you emphasize the downbeats, and then it changes back, doesn't it, at some point? And then it's a 3/4. So again, it's a little different from a 6/8. So yeah, good job otherwise.
Yeah, that was a great performance. It's really nice to hear you guys. I think you guys navigated the time changes well. Like we all stayed together. The tempo was really well set. I don't think anyone was really falling behind or rushing or anything, so that was great. I do agree that I think some more differentiating in like the style between the time changes would be nice. And then I think contact point for a lot of us when we have the melody or something, we just sing it out even more. I think a lot of us were kind of creeping up to our fingerboard, probably more than we noticed, but I mean it happens in performance stuff. So just keep that in mind in your practice and like in ensemble. But yeah, great performance. Oh. Okay.
Do you want us to do a little bit more like hands-on kind of stuff? Okay. So I think it's going to be really important, and this is a comment that I could hand out to almost every student group that I'm ever going to watch, is that like if you know your music really, really, really well, it's going to make it it's going to make it easier for you to interface with your other players and get your head like out of the stand and up and looking around a little bit. I don't think I saw too many faces that were looking up across the stands to your other players. Every once in a while that happened. It's certainly when you started the piece, you guys were looking up. But the better you know your individual parts, the better you're going to be able to check in with your other players for a time signature change, which there are a couple of those in this piece. If there's a ritardando or an accelerando, any kind of time change, that's always going to be really, really helpful when your eyes are up. and locking in with everybody else. And I'm a violinist. I prefer well, two things. Sometimes you hear people say, look at my eyes when I play, look across and look at each other's eyes. For me personally, that's distracting. Other people love it, and that's great. So if that works for you, go for it. For me personally, I prefer to watch someone's hands or their body movement. That way it gives me a little bit better sense of the pulse that you guys are trying to create together. Like how someone's moving their body, how they're moving their bow, like the speed at which they're moving their bow. Kind of like how you watch a conductor. When you watch Miss Smiley conduct, you're watching the baton and the movement of her arms to get a sense of the tempo and the speed, right? You could try looking in her eyes if you wanted to, but I think that body motion and that speed at which your co-players are moving at can be really, really helpful for you to lock in on tempo changes and just staying together in general. But again, you can't really do that if your eyes are down the whole time. So the better you know your own part, the more successful you'll be at being able to get away from that music stand and look around. Now, I've got another comment. So this is a general comment for everybody, and if you feel like this doesn't apply to you, then that's okay. It can be helpful to have freer movement of your body if, I'll be speaking to violas and violins in this one because I'm not a cellist, so maybe you can chime in after I make my comment. It helps if your bow arm has a little bit of elevation to it with the top of your wrist. If it's under here, you kind of get stuck in this kind of zone of playing like this. But if your arm is up and free, you've got more movement here. That way, if you have something really repetitive like da-da-da-da-da-da-da, you don't get kind of like lulled to sleep in this little comfortable place like this. And it gets frozen and you get tight and then you're just like, I'm just going to stay in this comfy spot over here. But like open up your body, pull your shoulders back. Freedom of movement and breathing is going to help out a lot. Keep it more interesting for you, but it's going to make it sound better too. How does that kind of apply for cellos with the posture?
I mean, what do you guys think happens when you're tired? What happens with your posture when you're tired? You go like this, right? So I would just, and and those chairs are not the most comfortable, but I would try to sit at the edge of the chair, like, as forward as you can.
It's also 8:15 in the morning.
Yeah, I know. Wake yourself up. And it's kind of the same deal, but maybe with your right elbow. So try and have your shoulder down, but your elbow a little higher. So it's not like this. Because we tend to play like this, right, when you're tired? Yeah? So you want to still have a straight line here. So shoulder down, not this. Because then you're also stuck, what he was saying. Yeah? So shoulder down, elbow up, and then you can go this way. Yeah?
Yeah, to add on to that, make sure when we are also like thinking about a shoulder down, when we get to the tip especially, it's important to keep that elbow up. Then when we get to the frog, you can that's your moment to really like sink in from your back muscle right here, and then you can kind of relax into that if it gets tired from doing this all the time. But yeah.
Do we still have time?
Yeah, we played 30.
Oh, okay. Do you guys mind doing measure 15? And can you exaggerate how you would accent the downbeats of every measure so we know it's a 3-4? I think, sorry, if I were playing with you, I would not realize that's the tempo with your breath that you were giving me. Do you agree, violinists?
Yeah.
It was way slower.
I might actually have somebody with with more active line
Ba-ba-ba.
cue. Like maybe
Viola. Can we have a viola cue?
But you have to cue with your whole body. I think this goes for everybody. You have to cue with your whole body. You can't only cue with your breath. It has to come from lower, right?
And you're cueing a quarter note, right? Or an eighth note? That's a good discussion to have.
Yeah.
Quarter note? Taka, taka. Baka, taka, baka. are still.
Can I jump
Yeah,
in?
go.
Okay, so before you cue, whoever's going to cue, it doesn't matter who's doing this. I think it does matter, but like whichever person ends up doing it is my point. You need to hear the melody in your head first, and you need to give it at least a full bar going through your head before you play. And then, since we're in a quarter note beat of 3/4, you find your tempo, and the cue that you give, I have a strong opinion on this, so if you disagree, please disagree and tell me so. But the cue that you give needs to be a quarter note cue before the downbeat. So I'm going to pretend I'm playing. So 1, 2, 3, 1. And your 3, that imaginary beat 3 right before you guys play on beat 1, your motion needs to be in the tempo of the speed you're playing. So pretend I've got a violin here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 1 is good. This is not good. 1, 2, 3, 1. That's a different speed, right? So your motion needs to be at the same kind of velocity that your tempo is tracking through in your brain before you play. 1, 2, 3, 1. And then everyone feels that energy, hopefully, and then can be a little tighter on the entrance. So are we saying that maybe the violas are going to cue 15 right now?
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, I know this is not how you usually start this song, but it applies to every time you have a time signature and a tempo change. I think you need to decide who's, because you have like a pause before the time signature, right? So someone needs to go, dee da da da, so you know what the next tempo is. So it applies every single time it changes, yeah? We're just picking something now. So if we're going at 15, yes, I think violas, do you guys usually do it with the scroll? Because we usually do it with the bow, so I don't know.
I do it with a scroll.
Okay.
The scroll too. Yeah.
You can't
Yeah, you
Sometimes I
can't
pull
really
my
do
bow out here like a conductor.
Yeah.
Like 1, 2. Oh wait, hold on. Now I'm screwed
Yeah,
up.
we just go like
3, 1.
yeah, just
If it's a down bow.
down, yeah.
So not bow. Good luck, Kina.
Right.
Yeah, I guess. Would you guys want to try that again? And like but you gotta do it together too. It's like, and like he was saying, give yourself like ample time to have that in your head.
And you all know the first 2 beats from memory, right? So you can all stare at her now, and her bow or her eyes, whatever you want, right?
Okay. Who's doing it now? Who's going? Who's going to be the? Doing it? Okay.
No pressure.
Okay, stop. I liked your cue. I feel like it's the right tempo, but your notes did not match your cue. So if you did this, it should be ka 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 ka, and you didn't play that fast. All right, try again.
What if we had cellos try and start the cue since
Yeah.
they have some steady 8th notes? So I would take a breath.
We're going to make everyone
Lift the
uncomfortable
arms.
right now.
Okay, which cellist wants to be the one?
And cellos, we do it with the bow, yes? So you go 1, 2, 3, bum, 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 bum. Does that make sense? So you show it with your bow. So you do an up bow, a quarter note up bow in the air, yes?
I also like to do a little head motion too.
Yeah.
Like, kind of lift like that, subtly.
Yeah, I don't think violas were ready. Can you do it again? Can you look at everyone and smile and say, you ready to go? And then everyone look at her bow.
Good, yeah.
Keep staring. Okay, that was better, but can I have another suggestion? Let's have violas out a little bit. Can you give 2 beats before you're about to play? So do a down, up, thumb, bum. So you're giving 2 quarter notes before you're about to play. Does that make sense? Can you try that? So 2 quarter notes before you play viola. That no excuse now.
Before you start, I just want, when she gives you your cue, you're going to subdivide that. So you're going to see da 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 da. Yeah. So you're subdividing before you even start playing. But just make sure you're starting from the string too. Yeah.
So start it down bow. So you're doing a down, up, down, dun, dun. Mm-hmm. It was better. Yeah, yeah. Yes, that was better. It started much better. And I think, you need to talk about every single time you have something like this. So it measured 23 again, right? You all have that pause, you all have the fermata, and then who's cueing the 6/8? How are you going to cue the 6/8? Should we try that? You want? Yeah, just hold the fermata before 23, and then let's see how we get into the 6/8. Yes, thank you. Yes, you're on your own anyway. You know what? I could hear the 6/8 much better this time. That was good. That was better. When you get to 28, I'm sorry, violas. You have the weird rhythm that's ya ta ta ti ta ti ta. Maybe put a tiny little accent on every beat, because otherwise it sounds really wonky. It kind of sounds like a 3/4 within a 6/8.
Yeah, I'm still hearing 3/4.
Right? Yeah. So once you get to 28, if you go ta 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 ti ta ti ta ti ta ti ta ti, does that make sense? Do you want to try one more time with the fermata?
Okay, I hear this da 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 da. So you've got those 3/8 notes, and then you have a rest, or then you have a rest and then 3/8 notes, whichever your combination is. Try to put more emphasis on the first of the 3 each time. Ba da da ba da da ba da da. I'm over exaggerating it right now, but we don't want to hear do 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 do. Then it just sounds like 3/4 because we don't have a pulse. So the pulse needs to be on the front end of each group of 3 notes. Ba da da ba da da. Let it kind of trail off after the first 8th note.
I mean, the subtitle is rowing, right? So like it should feel a little bit
Seasick.
well, maybe not seasick, a little bit like you're on
Swaying.
like you're swaying, yeah? And maybe if you like just free up, I don't know how it works for cellos, sorry. Just like violas and violins, just sort of like free your, like from your hips, yeah? Just feel like just a little bit more free. And maybe if you internalize the pulse that way, it might help with accenting the 6/8 change, yeah?
You want to try one more time? And can you do so much accents on the first of the 3 that we're going to say it's way too much?
There you go.
Yes, thank you. It was much better at the beginning. And then you just need to keep doing that for the rest of your 6/8. I think we need to get the next group on now.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
great.
Oh, we had way more with these. didn't realize it was 20 minutes.
We-
We had way much more time with the first group too.
Yeah, she told us we should have spent more time, but we're on schedule now.
Yeah.
The next one should be the Four Amigos.
I'm
Kid is home
excited.
sick with fever for the 5th day in a row.
Oh, I think you know what? I
Got
think
the
I just
flu.
left a sick kid in my house too today.
I was gonna go home and take him to school late, but he's like, I still have 101. I'm like, all right, stay there. I'm not going.
Yeah.
I'm not contagious though. He's had this since Sunday. Oh. I was like, I'm not gonna bring mine. I won't play it. Thank you. Nice. That's even better.
I don't trust myself to handle one of those.
So we are the Four Amigos. We're going to be playing Eine Kleine by Mozart and arranged by Robert D. McCashin.
Hey, my friend Matthew, how are you? Oh, I'm his favorite cello teacher, right? No, I come here and I'm always mad at this guy. You don't make faces in the end. Don't swear in the end.
I did not.
I was looking at you. Yes, I was. Good job. You know, if Matthew didn't get lost, it would be pretty good. I know I can say this to him, right? We good, right? Yeah, we good. Okay. There at the beginning, there was some really good articulation going on. Like I was like, yeah, and then it went away. So if we could keep the off the string pum 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 pum, like cello and viola, like you need to match, and it was going really well for a little bit, and I don't know if that was kind of like, I'm just playing the same note and I don't care about it anymore, or what happened. But if we could keep the same articulation slightly off the string, it would make such a huge difference. Because like you guys like know the notes, the intonation was good, like the rhythm was going, even though we'll talk about that later, Matthew, right? No, it was good. I think just the articulation with Mozart, we want to be light, and it wants to be like, we should be like that the whole time. It just gives it like a special little, Yes, lightly off the string. For the cello, I don't know how you guys explain that on the violin. It's kind of like this, we're not like bouncing, but it's kind of like this like shallow U shape with your hand.
A smile.
Yeah, a smile. Okay,
Yeah.
a smile. There you go. I like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a secret smile.
I'll go next. I thought that was a great performance. I think I agree. Like in the beginning, it was strong. The beginning was really strong, and then I think we got a little lost in the woods a little bit as we ventured on. But I was just curious, like, what adjectives or like characteristics would you describe the mood or like the color of this piece? Any other ones? No right or wrong answers. I'm just curious. Like, how do you feel when you play this piece? Yeah, upbeat and festive. Yeah, I think you guys could just channel that energy more in the performance. I think left hand is there, articulations are getting there. I think, like Carrie was telling the other group, like maybe get out of your stance a little more, make some eye contact, maybe give a little smile across the ensemble if you can. Because a lot of times you're just holding the same eighth notes, like the same note for at least like 2 phrases or 2 measures. So I think that's your chance to really like channel that energy, kind of look up and just enjoy the festiveness of the piece. But great performance.
Can you go?
You can go.
Okay. How much do you guys know about Mozart? Do you happen to know, like, did he come before Beethoven or after? So is he super old school classical, or is he closer to the 20th century? All right, so I want you to imagine in today's music, an artist or a band, a singer, a rapper, who is really on the edge, like really super radical and not just sort of normal. Who's an artist that you can think of that's current right now, who's really just like challenging everybody in terms of what they think they should be hearing or seeing in music? Say it again? Well, actually, that's not a bad example because there's nothing like them. You know, they're very different and very exciting in their own kind of way. Yeah, no, that's not a bad answer. Yeah, no, it counts because there's no right or wrong answer. It's your take on it. That's fine. Does anybody else have another answer? All right. So it's hard to imagine someone in classical era that we're in with Mozart. It's hard to imagine a personality or a character that really stands out past the powdered wigs and the pantaloons and all that, right? Because we look back at that going, oh, that's a really buttoned down, like safe, kind of like proper era in time where people didn't really stand out and people didn't step on toes and offend people with their art, okay? But actually, Mozart did quite a bit of that. This piece of music from Mozart is not terribly radical and like on the edge, but there's plenty of jokes in this music that quite possibly like upper crust elite people in that time would have found offensive. If you look for it, it's in there. So I'll give you one example, and there's more as this piece goes on. You guys are playing a shortened version of this piece of music, but the last 2 measures of the whole thing that you guys have of your arrangement, the last measures. Da ba ba da ba da ba ba ba. For me, this is a really kind of a joke the way that most people perform this. I love it when this happens. Let's see if I can play a 5-string instrument for a second.
I also have my violin. If you
Oh
need
no, I'm
a
into the
violin.
challenge now. I want to do it. So I love it when it's played like this. Like just to me, normally you would hear this. Like big ending, right? But to me, the joke is in the ha ha ha. You thought this was going to be this big finish, but instead I'm just making you go up, up. It's over. So it's cute, it's funny, and it's almost a little joke. And my point about it being radical and sort of challenging for people back then is that it doesn't do what you expect it to do. So let's try that. Let's find a good place to start. I don't want to throw you into the last two measures right away. Can you start at, yeah, I guess 51. Let's try it at 51. If not, we might have to go a little bit further back. Okay, let's try again. I'll get you started because this is a weird place. Get ready, 51. 1 and 2 and 3, 4. Okay, cellist, I heard on your last bar, bum, bum, bum. We're going to make a joke out of this and play it really, really light, just for right now. And if we don't like this, you can throw this out. But let's try it again from 51. When you get to the last two bars, guys, remember it's just real simple and small. From 51, 1 and 2 and 3, 4. Yeah, that's on the track. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, those last three notes were like really together this time. I think when you have like a really good idea of how you want to play each note, it's actually very, very together. It's like kind of a nitpicky thing of me, but I kind of want to know like how you chose this setup.
It worked best for us because we have similar parts and they just go somewhat based off of us because we end up being together the most.
How is a quartet usually set up? Do you guys know? Right. I would like maybe experiment with, and I know we're working with 3 violins, so it's a little different, but we still have some sort of illusion of higher to lower because of the way your parts are set up. I would maybe try setting it up in like a traditional quartet setting.
I would have the cello there.
The cello, like
I would have the cello there.
actually we would
And
have
then,
everybody shift over
Yeah.
one basically, right?
No, I would have the cello in the mid, like on that chair. Not
Either
here.
have like the cello where
Yeah.
your violin 2 is, or have the cello where I'm assuming your
Yeah.
violin like 3.
Yeah.
And then that way because the cello, the violins, the F holes, at least for you guys here, they're pointing off like that way, and so it'll help with like the balance too, especially with like a violin 1 part where we want to hear more of that melody because like Mozart is often very like top heavy with the melody. Like violin 1 gets a lot of that.
Maybe like a little bit more.
Yeah, curving in towards it,
Yeah.
and then we can communicate a little bit better with each other, right? Yeah, and I think like I think that maybe my sort of thoughts about like balance and stuff could be really actually solved by like a setup thing, right?
Do we want to move them?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that'd be
let's
fine.
move.
So like could go like violin. Sorry, I know it's a kind of a hassle with the end pin and the rock stop and stuff, but
Oh, he's a trooper.
yeah.
That guy. Yeah.
So I would say like maybe violin 1, 2, and then cello and violin 3. You guys can like fight over who gets the middle C. I don't know.
We want to move them out of a semicircle and
Yeah,
into
they're like
a
in
house.
like a. I don't know. You can ask like any one of the groups that I've come in and work with, and like this is always my big like gripe
Matthew,
is like how we're set up.
Left one. Left leg. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that one.
I would be interested. Does this like how have you guys played in this setup before?
We did for a bit.
How did that feel? Like 3 minutes? Is that what you said?
20 minutes.
Oh,
Maybe try it longer next time.
okay. I don't know. I would like to hear maybe just like even just the beginning with this new setup. And now it might feel different now because like the cello is kind of going to be like sort of the epicenter of like.
But we are the epicenter of it, right?
Yeah, yeah. Everything comes down to the cello. Sorry, violins. I mean, like, you can say that you heard it from a violinist. It all kind of comes down to the cello. And
Last year I played canon and D, so.
yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, maybe let's try like starting from the beginning, and then like Carrie was saying, like keeping it light and appropriate to the period.
Lift.
Yeah. So,
Breathe.
I mean, he was a funny guy, I've heard. So yeah.
Thank you. Matthew, can you play, that was very, no, this was very good. Can you play your Gs? Bum, 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 bum. Can you just play your Gs? Like when you have all the 8 notes? Can you match his articulation? There you go.
You should be playing a B.
Yeah, it should be a B,
It
buddy.
should be a B.
Oh.
Are you reading alto clef? Are you reading alto clef or treble clef? What parts is he got?
It's transposed. Yeah.
Oh, it should be a B.
Let's do this together. So go ahead and get started. You and I are coming together.
Yes, that.
Wait,
You
really
feel
quick
that in
before we
your arm?
start, can we all try sitting on the edge of our chairs too? I see a lot of us are kind of sinking back.
I didn't say it. I was looking at it.
I didn't say either. I was like, I already gave him a hard enough time about this.
Even further, right on the edge, so you might have to adjust your stand a little bit or get a little closer to it just so we're a little more active with our body.
And the feet flat on the ground.
There we go.
From the beginning? Yeah, from the beginning, yeah.
It looks very professional.
Yeah. Thank you. Guys, this was like the best beginning you've had. It was a huge difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're ready to leave. You might be able to leave now. That was good. I like the articulation this time. The violence, you were a little lagging after, but it was a much better beginning than before. So posture does make a difference. Good job.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you. I love that guy. I love him, and I know I can pick on him. Look at him, he's still smiling. No, he's just so funny. You saw how he was sitting. That's what I'm mostly thinking about. But he takes it in stride, so.
That's good.
Macaroni. Is that your name, Macaroni?
Yeah.
You need like
Why not pasta?
a partner group that comes up and they're called chicken strips. Macaroni and chicken strips. I was about to say, we have a bass, right? Okay, here it comes. Yeah.
We're Macaroni and we're playing Masquerade by Doug Swallow.
Are you guys comfortable? You look a little cramped in the middle here. Do you want to space out? Violin one. Violin one, can you scoot back a little bit? Are you violin one? Okay, great, yeah. Good.
start us off. Okay, great performance. It's so nice to hear you guys play after I've played with you and worked with you. Yeah, this is great. I thought your tone and the blend in this ensemble was really great. I think we played like to our potential. I remember like some balance problems going on when I was working with you guys, but I think you guys really worked on that and it was great. I was gonna say I also really liked the beginning, how we all made eye contact with each other, and our beginning was very strong. The cue was good on here, on this end. I was gonna say in some moments when we all have rests, like certain sections rest together while others are kind of like taking the rest of the melody. Those are like really powerful moments that kind of like bring like a halt to the character and kind of like emphasizes like the, I guess, dance-y feel of a masquerade that I think maybe could have just a little more cohesion in those rests so we're all feeling them together. But yeah, really great work.
Who's playing the viola part? Is it violin 3? No, violin, right? Okay, so who's covering the viola part that's in the score? No one's doing it at all. Okay, so are you two guys playing the same thing? I see, thank you. All right, so that's why I couldn't hear the melody in measure 5. I was like, where is it? Who's doing it? Okay, well, all right. Well, since no one's doing that part, I don't have a comment about bringing up melody.
About that part?
Yeah. There's not a whole lot of other places where, okay, good. So I would like to hear a little bit better balance between melody and harmony. If you are not sure if you have the melody, you probably don't have it. That's not always the case, but let's give it a try from the beginning, and I'm going to be listening for the cellos and the bass to be the melody on this part here. So you guys got to have a lot of air up under your sounds, like breathe while you're playing, so to let that melody come out, even though it's supposed to be piano. So why don't you try again from the beginning, and I'm listening for cello and bass to be a little stronger. Okay, stop.
Sorry, yes, cello and bass, watch out, you have a B flat and a B natural. Yes, I hear B flats. You did it the first time too, there were B flats there both times. And I see second finger on the cello, it should be 3, yes? B natural. Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay, sorry.
Let's talk about phrasing for a second here. This isn't a 3/4 pattern that is kind of a slow tempo. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So it's helpful when you have these dotted. I'm talking to the cellos and the bass, cello and bass for a second. When you have the dotted half note, it can be really easy just to settle into that dotted half note and just play it out. But we need it to go somewhere more interesting, especially since you have dotted half note, and then half note. That's 3 long notes in a row. We need it to go somewhere. So I'll cheat a little bit and just tell you where I think it should go. Dum, bum, bum. For starters, let's try to aim for that 3rd bar. So you're going to do a little crescendo at the end of the 2nd bar going into bar 3. Dun, 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 da, 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 dun, bum. Okay, let's try that again. Let's hear that phrasing lead towards bar 3 from the beginning.
B natural, B natural. 3.
Do, do,
to here, right? Good, yeah. So it's hard to do it without having that melody instrument in there, but
Measure 8, B natural. Measure 8, B natural.
do 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 da ba da. That's bar 3 each time. So every third bar, I feel like we need to lead towards that phrasing wise. That helps it be more interesting, especially if you don't have the melody instrument present. Anybody else?
Oh, I wanted to talk something that she already mentioned, how that's literally what I wrote. We need to breathe together a little bit more during rests. So a lot of the quarter note rests seemed a tiny bit rushed to me. And maybe they weren't rushed, maybe you were just anxious. But I think if we can, just keep your tempo, keep your beat in the head. One of them was the one you just went through, measure 70. Yum, 2, 3, yum. And it even has like a breath mark. So I think you have a little bit more time than you think. I wouldn't try and rush the downbeat of measure 18. And then in measure 24, the violins have rests, but they don't. And I'm not sure that you were listening what they were doing. So they played 2 quarter notes, and you're like, oh, rest, okay, next. So it felt a little rushed again, and you kind of like felt a little apart there. So. But there, kind of your metronome there. So, do you mind trying measure 23 and see if we can at least get those rests together? Oh yeah, we're not together. So, violins, do you know what they play in those 4 measures? So like starting at 23, do you know what cello and bass play? So mystery solved. In 23 and 24, they play quarter notes. So yum, pom, 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 pom. Yes, so 6 quarter notes. But after that, they have a half note and a quarter note. And then 3 quarter notes. So it's a little different. So I think maybe you were thinking they have quarter notes, and you listened, oh, I need to listen to 3 quarter notes, and then you were done. But actually, it's not like that in that spot. So you weren't together there. So can we do it again from 23? Yes, that was much better. And then also be aware that in measure 27 and 28, cello and bass play a pickup before you're about to play. So again, it seems like a little, I need to play, but it's really ta-tam, pom. You have time for that downbeat, okay? So yeah, just a lot of rest. I think you have more time than you think you do, just in general, for all of them.
I think I agree with everything that they have all said. I think like my big thing for you guys is since you don't have a viola, it was really apparent to me at the beginning where the quarter notes with the staccato dots are not matching in length. Because we have this like long, smooth melody over here in the bass and the cello, and then obviously we're missing a viola, so I was like, well, that's that going on, but now my attention is drawn to the fact that there's 3 different interpretations of what the staccato dot is. And I think maybe once you guys agree on the articulation, actually, I mean, I guess this goes for everybody when you guys have staccato, it can be whatever instrument you play. But once we agree on the length of these notes, and cutoffs in general, I think it'll actually make some of these rhythm things resolve themselves a little bit. And then also like some of the timing things like falling into rests, because you'll know exactly how long you have after a note. So I wonder like if we could maybe, just without the cello and the bass right now, just like at the beginning, just the violins, like how short or long do you guys want to play these quarter notes? Do you want them to be extra like pokey short? Do you want them to be longer? Do you want them to feel somewhere in the middle? Like have you guys like discussed this at all? No. Okay. What do you guys want these staccato quarter notes to sound like? Do you want them to be very short, very long, or somewhere in the middle? Okay, so maybe a little more detached. Okay, so maybe we could, just the three of you, try at the beginning. I can count you off because you have an empty downbeat. So let's give that a try, and just really like listen, and you know, I know there's three of you, but really agree on the length here. Okay, let's try that. So let's see if we can match these notes. So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. I'll give you 2 for nothing. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, play. Yeah, good. There was like a couple in there where it like really started to find what you want the length to be, and then it sort of pulled apart. I kind of hear some of us are like more on the string, and then some of us are maybe a little more off. I mean, personally, I kind of like the kind of off because it makes it a little bit lighter, and if it's like super stuck on, it feels kind of like.
Should be a dance, right?
Yeah, it feels like
party.
Yeah, it's a dance. It's a dance, right? And if it's like really stuck on the string, it maybe feels like you're wearing like your like giant heavy like snow boots, like you might today, to like prom. Which, I mean, if that's your style, that's great. But like maybe we want to keep it a little bit lighter, right?
Sorry, are you guys thinking? Are you counting in your head in 1 or in 3? Because it's kind of like right in the middle. Are you?
In 3.
3? Can we try in 1?
Yeah, so if you think of it like 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, like a big circle kind of. You want to try that? I'll give you 2 measures for nothing again. So let's try that. And then let's see maybe if your instrument and your technique allows, see if you can get that slightly off the string and still match your length. Yeah? Okay, there you go. Let's just try this with you guys again. So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, play. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Good. Yeah, good. And I heard more cohesion that time, and then I think getting into some of these, like the transition, it started going more on. Which like you guys can experiment with, but I think that when you're matching length, it'll sound more dancey. So I don't know, maybe we can try like once all together at the beginning and see if we can maintain that while they're doing something like completely different, right? You wanna try that? Yeah. So like with everybody. It was like starting to mesh a little bit better. I just like practice getting your eyes out of the stands and like start communicating with your eyes and your bodies a little bit more. But that'll help the articulation stay really consistent.
I just want to say before you guys leave first violin, I thought you did such a great job in the end with the dance part. You have the melody, and you were even moving a little bit of ta-dee-da, and you could really feel the waltz. It was great. Good job, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This one goes till 9:10.
Block 2 over there.
Yeah.
We could have units, right?
Oh wait, this is
Oh, that's still block 1.
block 1.
What's in that pile there?
Block one.
Oh, I have one. I have a two.
This- These are.
Two, and I have a two and a three.
Oh, this is.
That's all I have.
These are two.
Block 2 starts at 9:30. I've got a picture of it here.
9:30. Oh,
Oh, you got one? Hey,
juggers. Okay.
And then, let's see.
And then it should be
Have, like,
majorly minors. And then it's DSS. What is that?
I don't know. Serenades.
Dangerous Serenade Squad?
Oh, maybe. I think that's. There's one more. Oh, here's the block 2 paper.
You guys want to take a bow?
Start?
Oh, sure, I'll start. We're going to give you comments for like the next 20-ish minutes. Great performance. It's really nice to hear this out in the setting and not in like the workshop back there. Yeah, really nice. It's definitely come a long way since like the first time I heard it. So wonderful. I thought the tone was good. You guys all played out really nicely, and the projection was great, which I know we were working on a lot. I think articulations in this piece, there's so many accents and staccatos in this piece. I think we could bring out a little more. I think left hand is there for most of us. I think, especially in, is it Will?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think in your melodic line, I think something in the bow distribution would help you like bring out these articulations a little more. I don't know if our violinists and violists want to talk more about that, but I think in general bow distribution for all of us is going to help the articulation. But yeah, great work.
Yeah, good job. Are you playing violin too? I thought you had the best articulation for bum, 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 pa, 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 pa. It was awesome. And I think everyone needs to play like you. Whenever you, right? It was so good. It was really good. You played it out, and it was like every note was like the same length and confident and in tune. It was awesome. And I think, and then you didn't have it, so I kind of lost it. So I think everyone just needs to try and match you, because it was really good. And then, and we have time to try this, I think, but when there's a melody with long notes, so who's playing like the cello line? You're playing okay, so like in measure 19, 20, 21, where you have like the longer note values, I think we really need to distinguish between the long and the pom, 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 pa, 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 pa. It will carry through way more if you just sustain, 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 I think. And every time someone has something like that, I think we need to hear that it's very different. So could I hear at 19, 20, at 21, and can I just hear violin 2 and viola at 21? First, just the two of you. Yes, great, thank you. Can you play, that's excellent, but could you play your quarter notes a little shorter? So I think their length is great, but I think you guys need to play a little louder so you can match him. Can you do it one more time? Just listen that they're the same length. Pa, 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 pa. A little shorter. shorter. Dum, bum, bum, ba, 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 ba. Just stop the bow.
Here with me.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, play. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's better. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a little closer.
And then can we add you now at measure 29 and play as loud as you can and sustain as long as you can?
21.
20, yes. You're a cello, right? Yeah, with you guys too. Without him right now, ready? Yes, how can we help her to be more bow, full bow?
I think putting more weight, like all the way from your, like your entire arm weight, basically into this viola. You're playing viola, right? So, yeah, you just drop your elbow a little. Make sure you have a round pinky and a round thumb to support the weight into the string. And you're gonna feel, you want to feel like the bow hair sinking into the string here, because you have the melody.
And I mean, if
yeah.
this was a cello, I would milk the heck out of this, you know? Like, right? We would play this so loud. And it's on the A string, for the cello, so it would get through better anyway. But I like full bow, full vibrato as much as you can, just.
I like to imagine when I have a part like this where everything else is so dense, but I've got the one melody in the whole groove for a moment. I like to imagine that I'm trying to make my sound reach right back there in the corner of the room. Pretend there's a person back there that you're trying to play directly to. Now, you don't want to force it, but you need to visualize your sound coming out of your instrument and going that far, okay? I don't know that that's going to help or fix the technique issue, but it starts with visualizing that's the kind of sound you need to have in that moment.
Also, I would just want to say thank you all for standing. It's so good when you have violins and violas and you guys stand, because I know it's important.
Awesome cue in the beginning. I know we talked about that before.
I have to say, like, I think the last time I heard you all play, I kind of got on your case about triplet versus eighth and 16th, and like it was really improved. I heard it like way better throughout, so I can tell you guys like worked on that too. Yeah.
The pesky thing is sometimes it really is an eighth note, 2/16ths, or, well, there's never 2/16ths in an eighth, but sometimes that it really does happen that way, and so it's just really important to make a stark difference between ba 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 and ba 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 ba. That's two different rhythms, but you got to make them really different.
Mm-hmm. I would be like curious to hear like how we can balance. This goes kind of back to what we were saying to you about the melody coming out, like seeing if we can balance the melody a little bit better throughout. So like whether it's like 21 or even where your violin 1 and has melody, what is that, 6 or 5, sorry, where it changes from like this repeated figure to somebody has the melody, seeing if we can like really identify like who has that and like help them out too. And how about maybe we can start at like the beginning again, and then like if you notice like, hey, I maybe don't have the most important line here, maybe back off just a little bit, but keep it like really, really tight, like rhythmically and within the ensemble too. Yeah? Maybe you could try it at the beginning. play out, like more. Yeah. Yeah, good. I heard, so when I thought that was better. I heard you better, and then like every time you entered, you played out more, and I kind of wish you would like
Stayed
up, because it was really big, like wonderful sound. And I know, like, here I go with the setup again. I know that this is set up. Is that like opposite than the last time I saw you guys?
Well, I guess if she's the cello,
Yeah.
she should be there.
I won't get into the setup thing again. I'm probably going to sound like a broken record for the rest of the day, I think. But yeah, I know, like, you can, if you need to turn it out a little bit to bring out your melody, you can, but just like keep the melody up. And then I think it took me like screaming, like, cello has the melody, to like get you to really play out and like believe that you were like important, because then I finally heard you. So I just think like, yeah, I have the melody. And then the opposite of that is like, I yelled cello has the melody, and then you guys started playing louder. No. So don't overpower your cellist there, right? Yeah, I think that like the balance is starting to come along. Sometimes I find it helpful in like my music where honestly, I do need to be reminded sometimes that I don't have. It's such a violin-y thing.
I was just about to say, I was like, wow, of course the violinist is saying, sometimes I don't have the melody.
Sometimes I don't have the melody. I'll write in like I'll just write like cello or like viola or like violin 2 or violin 1, depending on what I'm playing, or bass, or woodwinds or whatever. I'll write in who has something that I need to listen to, so that I know that either I need to like back off and like allow them to come through, or I can play out and support them, if that makes sense. So like somewhere like 21, if I was playing violin 2 or viola, I would write cello, right? Or if you really need to write cello melody, you can, but less words is usually better. That's my main thing, is like hearing the melody come out. So seeing if you guys can balance that a little bit differently. But I thought that was better this time. Yeah.
I wonder, cello, if it would help to just break the ties and change the bow so you can play out in your melody. If you have a good bow change, no one will care that you're splitting in. So maybe consider, because it's a fast song, but still you're trying to fit 3.5 beats on one bow, and you're trying to be louder than 4 violins that are like playing really loud. So I maybe just split and see what happens, how much louder you can get with that. Yeah, I thought you had like such an awesome start with your melody in measure 5, and then I would still keep going in measure 7, 8 with those half notes. I would still try and sustain and play out. You kind of, I know you made like a mistake and you're like, ugh, and then I would, we all make mistakes, so I would just go for it, and we'll fix the mistakes later.
Or just own
or yeah, just smile.
Yeah.
I like how you guys embodied the energy of this music. The song has some adventure to it, some it's obviously from Zelda, but there's a great spirit and style to this song, and you guys did it justice. You kept the energy going the whole time, and it made it interesting to listen to. It could be really easy just to sink into this quarter note, this repeated quarter note thing, but that can be really dull after a while. But you guys kept the energy going anyway, and the way that I saw that happening was the speed of bow on those staccato quarter notes. I saw bump, 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 like with some real energy behind it. So that's good. Let's keep doing that. Do we want to work on some, we've got like 5 minutes. We want to handle some like technique issues one-on-one, or sing some people out? All right. All right. You're getting your violin out.
Yeah.
My cello student the other they said she was playing and got up and got my cello. She says, I know I'm in trouble when you get your cello out.
This is a violin, it's not a viola, but you know, I think for the violas, I think that we can still, or this applies to like violists and like violinists, like when we have longer notes, like sustaining through them, right? Like, I know we're working against the way that our bows are designed when we get to the tip, right? Because like, it's harder to sustain when you get to the tip, but if we can put like more weight into the pointer finger or pronate as you get to the tip. You know what I mean by pronate, right? So lean a little more into the stick up at the tip. So like, maybe let's do, I guess, can we do like at 5? And if you have these like sustaining, let's see, so like violin 1 where you have, that stuff, just sustain all the way to the tip because you're using your whole bow, which is great. And then we lost sound like we talked about. So I wonder if you could just like put more arm weight into it to support the fact that you're using your bow speed.
Think crescendo on every longer note.
Yeah. Do you guys want to try? Is 5 a weird spot, or do you want to go from the beginning?
4, maybe.
4? Sure. Is 4, as long as 4 is okay with you guys?
Do you play the video game Legend of Zelda?
I don't.
Oh, you know why I'm asking? I don't actually know this piece. I mean, I don't know the theme. It seems like maybe you know it because you're changing some rhythms. And a lot of times when it's an arrangement and we know the original song, we're like, oh, this is how it's supposed to sound like. So you're actually playing ba-yum, ba-ba-yum, ba-ba-dum, but it's da-da-da-da-da-da-dum.
It's getting a little Darth Vader.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I think we've talked about the last time I was here. Yeah, I thought that like sustaining is I'm starting to hear more sustaining, which is great. I like to tell myself, like, think about like Bach, which is like bow speed, arm weight, contact point, and hair angle. And sometimes in like the little notes where we have, you're using really fast bow and light arm weight, and well, this goes for all of you guys, right? When we have smaller notes, they're getting a little bit swallowed up because the Bach, the bow arm contact hair, is like not totally matching up, and the rhythm thing too, right? That also plays into that. Yeah.
Do you want to try one more time from 5 or 4?
4 seemed weird. Could
Yeah.
you do like 3? Yeah.
Also, I think Javier is giving a really good cue with his scroll. I think we can all just make more eye contact with it. I think we're all looking at our like stands and trying to like internalize it, but just keep your eye on Javier with this game.
That was better. Can you just play as loud as you can the whole time? And I don't care if every note is out of tune. Just play loud. Can you do that? Can we do it one more time from the same spot? it wasn't even that out of tune or wrong. So,
Yeah.
and you could still play out. So I think you just need to go for it. Like you have it, just go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Great,
you
good
guys
job.
so much. Yeah. Thank you for standing.
Yes, thank you for standing. I mean, I'm not even a violinist, and I appreciate you standing. I was like looking at it, and I was like, "Where's the Darth Vader?" And I was like, "Oh, it's so good."
Yeah. I gave him my I was like,
Sometimes you need to hear it from 500 people.
yeah, I think so.
Oh, over.
Good catch. Good catch.
Oh, my favorite ladies. Look at that. Hey, how are you?
We're playing, oh my gosh, Prelude to a Holberg Suite arranged by Christina Hans.
Let's move that stand out of the way. It's really throwing off my vibe here.
I was gonna say you're missing.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
bass player. We were gonna like play with the recording, but the timing would just be off, so we're just gonna.
Is there a cello?
There's a bass.
What are we playing?
Oh, I
Which-
will
the
not
Holberg?
mess with that and ruin their performance.
Yeah, feel free to do it.
Not that confident in bass. Ladies, that was an awesome, awesome beginning. That was so good. It was so good. You started together, it was like the same, it was perfectly in tune, it was the same articulation, and you sounded like one. It was great. And I remember, I haven't seen you in a while, but I remember I used to yell like, you need to play louder. And you were so loud today. Good job. That's awesome. Too bad we're missing some of the bass, but you did great. I think if we can keep the articulation of the eighth notes going for the whole song, like it was such an awesome beginning that then you notice that it's not that great afterwards. But if we can keep the same for all the eighth notes, I think that would be great. I know that it gets harder and then it's like arpeggios and so on, but if we can keep going da da dee da 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 da, just you should still play like one, even though then it's like broken up and it's more difficult. But if you can think back to how awesome you were at the beginning and try and match that would really help. And then I would have liked to hear a little bit more dynamics. So, you have your melody and, play out. It is your melody. It says piano, dolce, tranquillo. So, maybe it's a mezzo piano for you. but I think we could really, really drop on the eighth notes. Keep the articulation, but it's more of a secret now.
I agree with that. I think that was a really great performance. Projection was great, and the blend was really nice, especially in the beginning. And then I think we all kind of started focusing on our own part and stopped listening as much, so we kind of went our own ways. But just try and keep that beginning energy going. I think our eighth notes seem very labored right now. Like, I think this is a pretty, light-hearted and, kind of, not bouncy, but just more open sound. And I think a lot of our eighth notes are coming from this, whole arm motion, when I think it come from more of the wrist. But I really liked how you guys passed around those eighth note figures like that. Like descending was really nice. I think to even smooth it out, you could try maybe standing in more of an arc, so we're not kind of in this straight line. So you could kind of pass it around in the circle. But yeah, it was a really nice performance, and I like the energy that you guys brought. Good job.
I think it's, first of all, I think that your overall volume is really nice, despite missing a player. You guys really filled up the room with sound. It's hard to tell when we're rehearsing, and I've coached you guys in a smaller room before, but in here it translates really nicely. I can hear everybody very, very clearly. Everyone knows their parts really, really well, even though there's some challenging ensemble places where we pass off da 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 da, anyway, walk down the row. That can be challenging, but you guys know your music well enough that you're sort of getting by with fudging a little bit of that. And I know missing the bass, that also makes it challenging as well. But I was going to say the role of the different players in a group like this. It's really important to know your role. What do you think I mean by that? Does anyone want to take a guess? I mean, it's pretty odd. Like, everyone has something different going on. Or sometimes you share the same thing with another player. Like, oftentimes second violin and viola will often share a repeated eighth note pattern or some kind of arpeggio pattern. So when you know your role, you got to know if you're the melody, if you're the harmony, or maybe just a secondary melody that's in harmony with the first melody, or if you are a repeated eighth note pattern or a whole note being sustained over and over and over again. You've got to decide what that means to the music and how you should play that part. Just like a team, like a basketball team has players that play different roles, or a football team has players that play different roles in the game. So for you guys, if you have a figure like these repeated eighth notes in the beginning, what does that even mean? Is it just a bunch of eighth notes that are repeated, or is it actually trying to accomplish something like a vibe? How would you guys put that in words? Claire, why don't you give me an answer? What do those eighth notes mean to this song?
Like it sets like a good tone of where the song is going, and what parts will be repeated and what. But just it establishes a good base for the song. Of course, if you start half notes or something, you're expecting a slower song with several eighth notes. You're expecting the song to stay more upbeat.
Yeah. What you said first was it helps establish where things are going, and then a few sentences later you said it also helps keep things grounded where they are. And I tend to look at these eighth notes like a motor. I don't know if I've used that word with you guys before, but it's just kind of a motor in the background. There's nothing all that remarkable about B, 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 C, C, D, 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 D. Like, that's not interesting by itself, but when you embrace the role of what that means in the music, it can create the energy and the vibe for the whole thing. And if the energy isn't there and it's not tight and together, then it takes away from the whole piece. So I think you're doing a pretty decent job as a group embodying the different roles, but it would be really, really awesome if you guys can fully be aware of your different parts when it's happening in real time. Otherwise, you're just playing repeated eighth notes or repeated whole notes. So once you guys start from the beginning, and I'm just going to tell you, like violin 1, violin 2, and we're doing violin 3, right? Yeah. So the three violins that are doing those eighth notes, try to match each other's style, and then let's also follow the dynamic markings that are here. I have a double forte piano with a crescendo building up to bar 3. So let's do that together and make it sound like this engine that's just chugging along, but it's interesting all at the same time. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, stop. All right, so the mood changes here, where this melody starts in measure 9. The mood changes, but the engine is still there in the background. So I think it'd be nice, whoever's playing eighth notes, starting at 8 and into 9 there, to ba 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 ba, and then it's just like this little tut 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 tut, and then it's going to allow Gigi's part to come out on top a little bit more, so you're not fighting. She's not going to. You don't want to have to fight those eighth notes because they're not that impressive. They're just pianissimo eighth notes, right? So don't make her fight that part when you get there. Go again from the beginning, and let's follow the dynamics even closer this time. Crescendo and drop. More GZ.
A little quieter on the eighth notes.
All right, cool, good. Yeah, certainly on the first 2 pages, well, for me, first 2 pages, the first 15, 16 bars or so, you guys really embodied that role play that goes back and forth. So just be aware. It's just all about awareness of where, what do I have? How important is this? Does it need to be in the background? Does it need to be louder? You do a pretty good job with that, but like really sell out to that.
Yeah, I wrote about dynamics too. I said the balance would be much better if you just took dynamics a little bit more seriously, and it makes it more interesting. So,
I mean, like, I hope that this is like not the only time you get to play this piece, and like I hope that eventually you get to play like the
bass.
full, oh yeah, with the bass, and like also get to play like the full, like the real piece, right? Not just the arrangement. Because this first movement can be really, really exciting to play when it's got all of the dynamics. Like Carrie was saying, like the dynamic, like the eighth note is not inherently interesting. And you guys are playing them so together. I think that even from the very beginning, like I'm still kind of not hearing the forte piano, like at all. And it should be like, and then eventually it builds up. It should be kind of like a jump scare at first, right? With that forte piano, it should be almost like, oh, I didn't mean to play that loud at first, right? sorry, and then you come back up all the way. And it should feel really, really exciting to build back up. So I would be interested in hearing you guys play that again at the beginning, and just like, I think if you, oh, sorry, I misspoke, fortissimo piano. I think if you like I don't think there's any way you're gonna do too much of a fortissimo piano. I think all of us would, if we would tell you if it was too much of the fortissimo piano, but I would want it, I kind of want to hear it like pushed to the extreme here at the beginning, because that's what really makes, the dynamics make it really interesting. Do you guys want to, can we try that and like really, really try that at the beginning? And we'll tell you if it's too much, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna be like super nitpicky. It was like da 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 da, da. But it should be da, da, da.
Can you like not play the second eighth note?
Yeah, it should feel like
It
you're
should be
almost
that.
not there.
Yeah. I mean, you can, but like, you don't
Like-
have to.
Yeah, I mean like,
Just
like,
a tap.
you know.
Yeah.
Like, if I, right, so, yeah, you wanna try that? I mean, you don't have to go that fast, but.
Keep going more, louder, all the way to here. Yeah, it's got to draw. You got to drag it all the way out to bar 8.
Yeah.
Keep it going strong. But that intro was really nice.
Feels better.
That was better,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that's like what makes this piece so fun and like just really like interesting to listen to, is like really bringing the forte pianos and all of these dynamics out. I have to say, like, I agree. I also agree. I don't remember who said that the trade-off of those eighth notes at 19 were really great. I thought that it was like really, it was like this like nice little like waterfall effect. It was great. I kind of, getting right into 19, I know that I know you're missing a bass, but like there is a breath mark going into 19. And if we could like all land at 19
I think
together.
someone came in a little too early. I think
Yeah.
It was a little mistake, but
Yeah. I think like really setting 19, like you guys pulled it off, but setting 19 like really strong as well will help that sort of pass off of the eighth notes feel way more solid too. But yeah, I thought that was much better. I think the melody is lovely. I have to say, the last time I was here, they were missing you, and they had their bass, and I was like, oh, this is weird. And now I'm like, oh, this is weird. But it sounds better with all of the violins and the viola. I'm sad you guys are missing your bass, but you guys sound very, very good.
Good job.
Good job.
It is a little chilly. Thank you. I'm gonna have so much energy now. You know what's really funny? I really appreciate you ladies dressing up for the serenade, right? And you know, I said it to my middle schoolers the other day. Someone was like playing the piano. I said, "Oh, do you want to serenade someone?" He goes, "What's that?" It's like, do you not know how to serenade a lady? We need to talk about. This is an 8th grader too. Look, we're about to get serenaded now. Can I ask what the D stands for?
So we changed our name. We were originally the Serenade Squad, and then we changed our name to the Double Stop Six because it felt more real, more peace.
Oh, I thought you were like a dangerous serenade squad or something.
Important.
Okay.
The
okay.
Serenade Squad.
Hi, we're the Double Stop Six, or the Serenade Squad, and today we're going to be playing Battle by Singing Newbold.
want to try an exercise. It's going to be a little bit different for everybody. In the beginning, you're playing the dun da 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 da. I think it would be possibly helpful if everybody in the group could do that rhythm with you for a little while right now, so that everyone can get on the same page for what that rhythm is, because it's getting disjointed in the first 31 bars. It's getting a little disjointed, and we're kind of losing where the beats line up and where the measures line up. So everybody, let's do this rhythm together. It's ba 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 ba. Everybody just smack your instrument like that. 1, 2, and 3, 4. Let's go a little bit slower, and let's do just these 3. 1, 2, ready, go. Same group again, one more time. 1, 2, and 3, 4. 4 and 1. 4 and 1. These 3. 1, 2, and 3, 4. 4 and 1. Okay, so now that you've all got that rhythm locked into your brain, hopefully, when you guys have your part that you actually play, when you hear that first rhythm, that's the intro, that's the beginning of that pattern every single time. And then when you hear 4 and 1, that's the end of that. So hopefully that'll give you some landmarks for where that rhythm lies, because you're just kind of losing it. Why don't you guys start from... we'll just start at the beginning. That's okay. Start at the beginning.
Can I talk to the cello before you start at the beginning? Can I? Wow. Sorry, I had to get up. Okay. Can I have your cello for a second? So, I would play the first note is just you, right? So, are you counting in your head, or I wouldn't count it? Not too much. So you're like, so. Start again. Right? Do you see what I mean? So this is just gonna like, they don't have to count this either. And then you're in the right tempo, okay? And then when you're, I need this on those, okay? You need to shift to do it. So I saw you were struggling, and then you started slurring. Does that make sense? Okay.
4 and 1. 4 and 1. 4 and 1. 3, 4, 1. 4 and 1. 2, 3, 4 and 1. 4 and 1. Okay, stop. Okay, what's your name again? Okay, so on that beat 4, I keep saying 4 and 1 for everybody because it's really important to set up the next bar, especially when it's hard to get joined up. You can help everybody out by giving a little extra pop on beat 4. So it could at least be something you try in rehearsal, if not in performance. That way it can help everyone stay locked in, because you're the metronome, and if people are locked in with you, that'll help a lot.
You're doing a great job of setting that groove for them. So like keep doing what you're doing, and yeah, adding a little bit of an accent on that. I have to say, like, I can tell that you guys like really enjoy playing this, which is like really, I think it's really great to see, because sometimes you can't tell that people enjoy playing the piece that they've picked out, even if they do, and I can tell you guys are really really enjoying it. I think I would want to hear like just generally like more dynamic range. I know a lot of this is like forte fortissimo, but there's like, where is it? There's like a couple of places where we do have drops down to piano. I'm like struggling to find it, but like when you have a drop down to piano, it can be really, really impactful. Like 88, I think. Yeah, that's where it was. So like, it should be, and she even writes subito piano, right? Because you have a fortissimo going up and then subito piano. So it should be like really like exciting right there to hear like, oh, all of a sudden it's like not loud like the rest of the piece, right? So could you guys try that from like 80, getting into 88? When you get to 88, you can really drop down, and then you do have a big crescendo up to forte in like 92, right? So you want to drop down to piano so that you have enough room to crescendo. And that's like that's the practical way of looking at it, but also like a musical way is like we're resetting our phrase right there. It's a new phrase, and we're gonna restart that idea.
And you can take a little bit of extra time, because going from fortissimo to piano in an instant is also hard.
Mm-hmm.
So you can take a tiny little break, breath in between, as long as you all start piano together again.
Yeah. You want to try at 80? Okay. Do you want to try that again? It started a little bit slower than, so isn't your tempo is da 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 da. So you might have to give like a faster cue. Yeah, at 80. Could you come even like smaller? Because I think like that to me that was like a really great mezzo forte. Yeah, it was great.
Are you playing two open strings? Yeah.
Yeah, I know
it's a little harder.
I know it's hard to come down soft, but you can come down. I think you can come down even like a little bit softer. But I thought that the crescendo getting into like 88 was really. I think you opened that up really nicely. But now I think like when you get to 88, it can be like just a little bit smaller. You want to try that again from 80? I thought that like the goal at 80, that I think you
That
guys
was better.
dropped down way better there. Yeah, and then 96, I know you're playing it as like solo, right? So like you could play out way more there. And then like where we just stopped, violin 1 and 2, you guys have the melody. At 106, viola and like violin 2, you guys have this like counter melody going on. So you guys should be playing out. Also, it's written fortissimo, so like you can play out there, and then you have this nice metronome going in your violin 1 and your cello. So you really want to listen to them. And I know that like things got off a little. It felt a little bit funky there when we got to 106. So maybe just let's try like once at 106, and melody can play out here, and you have a metronome, and we're gonna see if we can just set it right at 106. And
actually it does say forte for the metronome and fortissimo for the melody.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you guys can come out a lot more than you are. Also, there's 3 of you, so yeah. Oh, there's 2 violas, right? Look at that. Go violas. You want to try at 106?
I think you can experiment with changing some of the bowings if you want to.
Yeah.
As long as you still phrase correctly, bowings are not really,
They're not a
right.
deal breaker.
Yeah.
Usually.
So if you want to be louder and the bow is in the way right now, then maybe you can change it.
Yeah.
Are you talking about like at 118?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do that together, you and me at 118,
we
okay?
need to finish.
Say again?
We need to finish.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's real quick. 1 minute. 118 together. 1, 2, 3, 4. So just take all those slurs out of there and just let it rip. It'll help. It'll help with the volume production.
Yeah, there's nothing saying that you have to keep those slurs in. Yeah. Cool. Guys,
Great job. You sounded great. Yeah.
Thank you.
It can't be that nice, and then the scores are. You know what
it's
I
all
mean? Because you get
relative.
excited about like all the little things you can talk about.
Yeah.
I know it was so. Oh, look at that! Yeah, again. Five fiddlers.
Despite one of
They
them
have a
being
bass.
cello and bass.
Cello.
Let's see if my son is home trying to play Fortnite or he's actually doing his homework. I'm gonna spy on him with my camera.
One of my students is like, I learned to a lot of basketball. Stop.
Okay, he's actually doing his homework. Nice. Or at least he's not in front of the video game, I know that much.
George Frederick Handel, arranged by Robert S. Frost.
Do you guys know what a Passacaglia is? You want to guess what a Passacaglia is? So, Passacaglia is a very old dance that was written, it's written on like the same 8 chords basically. It's like a chord progression that just keeps getting repeated. But it's not just that, right? So, what basically happens is it's kind of like, you need to think of it like, it's kind of like improv over 8 chords. It's how I like to think of that stuff. And it's like, oh, what else can I do over the 8th chord? Oh, I can do this. Oh, what else can I do? Oh, I can do dotted rhythms, and I can do sixteenths now, and I can do double stops. And so it's kind, but in that time, they would actually improv over it. Now it's all written down. So I think you need to take it a little bit more like that, in the sense of like, there's actually sections. Does that make sense? And I would have liked to hear, and there's actually different tempo markings for those sections too, and I would actually like to hear that it's different. So I would like you to be all aware that like, I've played this chord progression, and now I'm going to do this with the chord progression. This is my variation number 1, and it sounds like this. Does that make sense? And the next one is variation, it's kind of variations, right? So, and then it sounds like this. Now it's just kind of like this big, long thing, but I would actually like to see the little chapters within that. Does that make sense? So we just need variety, and it kind of needs to be a surprise for everyone. Yeah? So you start with the chord progression, but then you're like, da da dee da 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 dee da da dee da, and it should be like a, here you go, here's something else, and now here's something else. So it's just like how we play the whole thing, as how we look at it as a whole that I'm trying to get across for you guys right now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I thought that like the most variety I heard was in the pizzicato variation. I think just part of it is just like how it's written, right? But you guys actually like I heard the character of that variation, and I like kind of wanted to hear more variety, like she's saying. Where's the first place that I think I wish I could have heard some more variation is actually like around the variation that's like at 25, where things get really, really short, right? Because you just came from playing this nice like legato slur variation at like 17, which I heard that, but I also wanted to hear that at 25 it got really short, right? So like you can imagine that you're improvising, you're like, I can play very smooth, and now I can play very short, right? You're showing off like your abilities, right? But I thought that the pizzicato variation was excellent. It was very, very together, which like with pizzicato stuff is like, they know like very hard, even like in a professional setting, to get people to pitch together.
Always rush.
We always rush. There's always like one off, like somebody coming in like early and late, but you guys were like right together. So I wonder if maybe like we could try at like 25 and like really make this like nice and short, so that when you do get there from the beginning,
could we go from 21 to get into it? And then even though it doesn't say, like I know the original, so you could actually slow down at the end of the section. So you could take extra time in measure 24, ti-da-da, yum bum bum bum. So slow down, pretend it's the end, and then cue again and start with a different thing in 25. Does that make sense? Yeah? Can we go from 21? Even more time. That was a good slowdown, but take time to cue again for yum pum pum. You can think about it before you're about to play it. Yeah? Could you do it again? Play the cello. I'm sorry. I love this piece.
Let's do this
I'll tell
together.
you what I want to do in where are we? 21? 21, you ready?
You have to make sure that everybody is on board with starting. Because right now, from out here, it kind of seems like, well, I'm ready, so I'm gonna play, right? But you have to make sure like you want to bring everyone along with you as like a group, and that you're setting the start of the next thing together, especially at 25, right? Because that's quite a big change. So like taking our eyes up and out, and then obviously we can't look at all these people at once, right? But picking a partner in the group to like make eye contact with, or like make, look at their lovely instrument or their hands.
Stare in their eyes, right?
Stare straight.
So distracting for me.
I'm with you on that. Actually, I cannot make eye contact in a.
I start laughing.
Me too.
Thinking about some joke we made earlier or something. Yeah.
Like making some sort of contact with a partner in the group. Do you guys want to try that transition now that you kind of know how much time you can take and how you can set that next one? So like 21, right?
21.
Yeah. Because I hear triplets.
Yeah.
In violin one. At 25, we're hearing triplets in the violin one, but it should be 1 and 2 and 3, rather than da 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 da. It's just getting behind a little bit. So maybe like right at 25, it should be. So like just keep strong to the rhythm that you have, because the violin 2 and viola have da 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 da, and then we want to like avoid tripletizing these 3/8 notes that are at 25. Do you guys want to try right on 25 and see if you can keep it really like ba 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 da da.
Let's try that again. Same spot.
I think that whoever has the downbeat needs to be cueing, so it wouldn't be violin 2 or viola. It's going to be violin 1 or cello or bass is going to have to cue that, because it's hard if you don't have the downbeat to cue it, right? So who would like to cue this entrance? Violin 1, cello, or bass? This is like an exercise. This is an exercise in like faking your confidence, faking it till you make it. I think you need to take your. I think a lot of confidence is in like our body language. So I want you to take your everything from here and just bring it up. Yeah. And I enjoy the way that you're sitting up. Fairly stable from your legs and stuff. But just, fake it till you make it here. Yeah. I'm gonna try that. So nice big cue. Yeah, good. I thought that was like a stronger start. I know it says piano, but if you have this like, so violin 1, you can play out there, because like is maybe not as important there, but you can maybe even mark it up to like a mezzo forte-ish. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just in general, I think if you can clean up some of the rhythms, some of the articulation, and then just like really distinguish between the sections, like be really aware where things change, which is, it's kind of easy to see because they usually have a tempo marking change. And then if you can also change the tempo, right? So just know, is it slightly faster than the previous one, or is it slightly slower than the previous one? Then I think that it would just make it like much more interesting to listen to than just try to like bash through the notes. But this is a hard piece, and you guys are doing a great job with it.
Yeah, that was a great performance. I also think our bow arms are looking a little stiff for like mostly all of us. I think a lot of us are trying to, especially on these 16 notes, we're trying to like move our whole arm and like come from our shoulder, but try and just relax and keep your shoulder down and pull from the back and incorporate more of the wrist. I think that'll be helpful. I was going to ask, were you guys nervous for this performance? Or? No? I felt some tension, which is normal, but just remember, our sound and our energy is going to come from our base, so we have to have a stable base and hips and body nice and straight, and then everything else will come from that. So even if we're a little nervous, we don't want to like shrug our shoulders or think we need to tighten up here. Just keep the energy more down and stable that way. Right? Yeah. Good job. Any other comments? Okay, good job.
You want to play it now?
Yes. Last time I played it, I was told we had to cut a variation because neither of us could.
Oh, really? Which one?
No, it was one of those stupid like middle ones. I don't know. I was only like 19 or 20. And probably should have.
I will pass on the baton.
Two things on this intro. You have to all decide if you're going to start with the bow already on the string or not, or if you're going to start with it in the air before. Personally, I like it where I'm suspended above, and then very last second, set your bow on the string. Can you and I play together on this? Is it down, 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 or you got down, down, down?
Down, down,
Down, down, down. All right.
down, down.
Okay, together. All right, so what we're doing right now is right before you place your down bow, you have a little imaginary up bow in the air, just a small one. So it's up, down, up, down. What that does is it sort of loads us into this energy so that when we strike our first down bow, we're coming into it with all the same energy. Let's try that as a group. Okay. I only saw one or two people actually move the bow in and up bow. An imaginary up bow before the downbeat. Okay. One more time, and you do it by yourself after me. Together. It's much tighter on the. It's certainly on the first note. Now, my other colleagues here earlier said something about subdividing. I think it's going to be really, really important to subdivide well into the first 8 to 12 bars. You might find yourself relaxing out of the subdividing later, but I really think you should keep it going as much as you can. Subdivide this into eighth notes in your head. So that means your quarter note in the beginning is going to get 2 subdivisions in your head. Eighth rest gets 1. So when you start your triplet 16th notes, that's on the 4th 8th note in your head. So in slow motion, it's that triplet 16th note starts on a 4th 8th note of the bar in your head. It's really hard to line that up. All right, let's try that together, and I'm going to clap 8th notes for everybody. You ready? I'll just count it off and just come in together, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So when you rehearse, I would recommend rehearsing with a really loud metronome on subdivisions. That could help, and you also need to rehearse it really, really slowly, just to expose where that triplet 16th note needs to land. It can't be guesswork. It has to come in right on the bum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-bum. And that'll also help you set the melody in motion starting in measure 3 for the first violin. So bum, dun da, da da, dun dum. It's not some nebulous state of da, da da, da. It has to be lined up. Bum, ba-dum, ba-ba-dum, bum, da-da-da-bum, da-da-da-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum, bum-bum. So much more like lined up with subdivided 8th notes, okay? Anybody else? We good?
Yeah, we're out of time.
Cool.
Sounds good. Yeah, good job.
Yay. Good work so far. New angle here. Going to be in 3D soon.
4D.
I love that. Have you seen the ones where it's like in a gallery and it's a piece of like a sculpture that'll come out to a cone, and then depending on where you stand, it looks like you're looking.
feedback. Good job. Good job. What a cool. I like this piece. So nice. Yeah. Good job. Two things I would like to hear more. You have the notes, you have the rhythm, you're together, it's all beautiful. I would like to hear, whenever you have the melody, whoever has the melody, to treat it more like you're the soloist. Because it's really just like melody and chords.
Yeah, it's like
you
a
heard
song.
that before? Yeah.
It's pretty much like a sung song.
Yeah, yeah, and then it just like changes to someone else, and then it modulates, and it's the same thing. So really just like solo and chords. So I would really like to just have you, you're the featured instrument most of the time. And then if we can do all the hairpins, because there's so many of them, and I heard like maybe one, it was mostly the cello, so good job. But yeah, so I would, and more hairpins, but the hairpin should be an actual crescendo and an actual decrescendo. So a lot of times I think we see, oh, it's a hairpin, and then you see a dynamic, you're like, oh, it's loud, and you play one note loud, and that's kind of it. We want to actually see the progression, the crescendo, and then the decrescendo back. And I think that's going to make it interesting. Otherwise, we are pretty much just hearing the same thing like 5 times. So we want to make it a little bit more interesting. Can we do one of those solos, maybe? How about the one at 42? Can we hear that one? And just, I will tell you if you're too loud, but just play your heart out. Hey, sorry, can we try something? Can you can you play 2 beats per bow? Whatever you have, so the half note is 1 bow, the next, so break yeah? And then the measure after also, just 2 beats per bow. Does that make sense? Yeah. Can you try that? And louder. 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 Probably works a little bit better, but just even more, you have to be way louder than them. Like I kind of want to put you like right in front of them and be like the soloist for the whole thing. The separate bows, it enables you to breathe a little bit more while you're playing, and when you get a little bit more breath under your sound, it's just going to help it carry. Just like imagine a singer singing this. It doesn't even have to be an opera singer. It just someone with a voice that's making the song carry, and really, I don't want to use the word pierce, but it really needs to cut through the space we're in right now. I think the volume level and the tone that you're having in the beginning, I think it's awesome for that. But when we get over here into, what was that we were just doing? 42. It comes a little bit more alive here. So we got to step it up a little bit in the volume. So that's why the breaking up the bowing there would be nice, because it just allows you to breathe in, breathing out, and breathing up. Just more breath under the sound. Cello, you sound awesome. You sound so clean, so pure. It's a really, really nice sound. You guys also breathing in together, watching each other as the inner 2 voices, it'll help really tighten up the places where you have moving notes. The moving notes aren't much, but they have to be really, really tight together. Bum, 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 bum. Like keep it like a little engine under there for everybody.
Yeah, I think I kind of want to agree with what they both have said. I think it's great hearing you guys in a performance setting too, because I can hear you so well now. I still want more. I'm so selfish. I want more sound. It's already more than I've heard in previous weeks too, which is great. But I'm like, oh, I've heard more and now I want more. And I kind of think that since you guys are standing, you can support the sound with your posture a little bit. So like I love standing and playing. I think like if our feet are like too close together, we sort of turn into like a weeble wobble a little bit, and especially when your instrument's off on one side, it's really hard to keep the balance and like support the sound. And so like even like feet like this is still like not light enough. It's like we have to have like our feet like grounded and like play from your toes basically and keep your knees soft. And then like you can move with the instrument and keep your instrument underneath your bow, and that'll support the sound. Sorry, I don't have any tips for cello, but our cellists might. But like I think that like supporting your sound from like the ground up and like kind of like growing roots into the ground and sinking into the string a little bit more is going to help you make these hairpins. And you don't have to feel like, you know, confined to this, right? I would be interested to hear some of this like for the hairpins and some of this like body playing with your whole body sort of thing. Even at like where you just were, is that 42? Yeah.
We could do like the 2 measures before or something like, or
yeah.
like 1, 2, 3, like 5 measures before, something like that.
Yeah.
Into it.
Yeah, and then maybe going from like, what was that, 37 through to like at least the end. I don't know. And like seeing if you can exaggerate these shapes that you have, and then also like using the hair angle to your advantage here, because you have all the hairs at your disposal, and you can use all of them in the forte and the higher dynamics. So maybe like 37. Yeah. I heard some of these hairpins like much more this time. I still think you could do more at 46, but I see now that like you're putting more like more into the instrument and you're getting more back. So I think that's like a positive feedback loop that you can keep feeding into.
Can I hear everyone but the first violin in 42? And could you think more like you're a piano player and you go doo, doo, doo. It's not doo. Don't be sloppy. We need to change. It's almost like you're playing chords at the same time. You need to change at the same time. Make it smooth, but pretend like you're a pianist. Right at 42. That was great. Cello, you can do open A, but I wouldn't vibrato your C sharp that much then, because then we hear da, 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 da. So either play both, stopped A and vibrato both of them a little bit, or play open A and then don't vibrato the C sharp so much. Does that make sense? Can you try one more time? That was great.
Yeah, sorry, viola. It's a big instrument. You gotta like own that thing, you know. And then just like make sure you don't lock your knees. Okay. Yeah.
Balance, can we have you now? You're the soloist. She's so not a first violinist. She's so shy over there.
Don't put her in a box. She could do this.
Think of all the like mean things you could say about a first violinist and like embody it. Yeah.
The balance is really, really
Yeah,
nice. It's really
yeah.
coming along. So when you're on the higher octave, again, keep it tilted away from your nose a little bit. Really enjoy the instrument. Really get into that E string. Everything with me. Here we are. 2, 3, 4. Stay loud, stay loud. Keep going, keep going. Yeah, I would encourage you to find a different fingering that keeps you on the E string. It'll stay a little bit more vibrant and help you cut through a little bit more. But yeah, the balance is really coming along though as a group.
Yeah, quick thing to add about bringing these melodies out. I think whenever you have the melody, you really got to just sing out. And I know when you perform on stage, it feels like you're doing so much. And to you, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm being way too expressive. It's too much. But to the audience, it's like the bare minimum. So really bring it out. Like as a performer, you'll feel like you're being way too much, but you're not. So just keep that in mind.
Have you guys ever seen like an opera singer before a production or something, like all made up with makeup and everything? Have you seen someone like up close? No?
Oh, they look
It's wild.
crazy.
They look crazy because you need to have so much on to just be able to see like
An eye.
something in the back of the stage. And it's kind of the same for you. Like you need to exaggerate so much for us to just get a little bit of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's very good though. Like, yeah, I think syncing you guys together really well really helps her as well. Like, bring her out. If you guys are super precise and just you're like the little cushiony blanket underneath or something, and you know, you guys are very important too.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Great point.
thank you. Do you think they know what episode probably is?
They should. If they don't, then obviously it's just like an evening.
Oh,
She
okay,
should.
okay.
What is it with cellos on this side and violins on that
Yeah,
side?
yeah.
Do you,
You should be standing
You
on
should-
that side,
yeah.
and Atlas, you should be sitting over there.
We're sharing an iPad right now for music, and so we can move, but then it's
You're sharing what?
Well, it's
An
like
iPad?
We have one patron and they did it really nasty this piece. So
You have a pedal.
yeah, we only one. So it's easier to just
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Have you heard of something called a printer?
Yeah, but the pitch circuit's still really bad.
Atlas knows me, I can
I don't know why I wasn't expecting you to say that.
Well, I don't know, I grew up like,
The
like,
Frankenstein.
yeah, that was part of the fun.
Oh, that's right. Oh, well, we are classical consciousness, and we play Passacaglia by Handel, and arranged by Jake Halverson. Yeah.
Who's gonna rip into them first? Hey, Izzy, I heard you brought this to your violin lesson. No. Okay, in all seriousness, this is a very hard piece. You guys did great. Do you know what a passacaglia is?
We did debate.
You debated it?
No, about the pronunciation of it.
Oh, no, like what is
Oh
it?
no, do you know what it is? Like,
What is a
I thought it was just
passacaglia?
like a title.
For the word,
it's a word, yes.
yeah, it's for a different issue.
It's a word for a different instrument. Who's taking AP theory?
She took it. She took it.
It's. I'm gonna.
It is a dance.
That's usually the answer.
Good save.
It is a dance that's based on 8 chords that repeat. You play them right at the beginning, and that's literally all you do afterwards. You just play variations on top of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I think you did a wonderful job taking the time and changing character. It was great. I think there were some. I don't think all of this is like aggressive and forward driven. I think there are spots that it was a little too much of that. So, for instance, for me, I'll come over there. Yes, because you're like light, and I think you were way. I know it's hard. So this is one of the spots where I think you need to just relax a little bit. And then this was, I think, a good start. And then this spiccato, I think your spiccato, I'm sorry, I'm making this, you know why. So it seems like it's like this, instead, so a little bit of that is going to make it lighter. So again, it's like, it was spiccato, but it was kind of like an aggressive spiccato. So you want like the lighter spiccato there. And then, and even here, can you make it more like a melody than just like I'm trying to bash through a bunch of scales? So I think that's like the biggest thing for me, that there's some things where you can just, and you know what, if you were to play the whole thing, you would be like dead on the floor by now if you played everything that loud with it. So I think you need to like find spots where it's like, this is actually supposed to be light. And it's Handel, like they weren't even like playing fortissimo at that time, so just in general, can I hear maybe one of those spots? How about the first one? Yeah, that was 100 times better already. Yeah, so much better. Yeah.
Does anyone else? Great performance. I agree.
I
This is
have
a hard piece.
On
Yeah,
the
it's
section. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's okay. We're on the table.
I can't
It's hard
hear
to
you.
hear. Oh, it's fine. Do you want to go? or-
No, go ahead.
Okay. I was just gonna say, it's a hard piece. Did you guys start working on this in January?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Nice. That's good progress in like the amount of time that it's been. But yeah, amazing job. I was gonna kind of agree with I think your pianos could just be a little more pianissimo. The moments where you can lean into the softer, more calm areas, it would be helpful for the contrast of like the kind of louder, exciting sections. And I think in the beginning it was a little too harsh just for like my taste. I think some of the shifts were kind of like really forceful, so that kind of added to like the whoa, like we're starting. But yeah, the ensemble was really great. I think sometimes Alice, you want to push ahead just a little bit on the 16th notes. I know that's like hard, so I mean that makes sense, but just be aware of that. But it was really nice to hear you guys.
I was going to say for me, it's the second page where it says Conus Versione. Is that where you guys have that section too?
They have a different version.
You might have a different version. Okay.
We see it.
You see it now? Okay. Depending on who you ask, this could be a moment where it can be interpreted with a little bit more of a cadenza-like approach to each phrase. You started to do this in the first measure, but then it just kind of
plowed right through the whole section after the first measure. So some rubato there. And remember with rubato, if you're going to stretch something out, you got to give it back later. So bum 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 bum.
Think of it like an unaccompanied Bach that has a bunch of sequences, and you're trying to do that.
Each successive measure, you don't want to continue to do it exactly the same way because that becomes expected, and then sort of kills the idea in the first place. So maybe the first measure is, I don't want to choreograph this too much for you, but maybe the first measure is the place where you do that rubato the most. And then the second measure, just do it a little bit less. The third measure, a little bit less. So you gradually kind of work your way out of that rubato phrasing. Do you know what I mean? Do you want to give that a shot right there? It's kind of a rough place to start, but I think you guys can do it. Yeah, and then starting again right here where the double P is, you could regain that progression of rubato in each measure. But I think you were onto something there. You were pacing it out really well. I think by the fourth bar, you just need to be full tempo at that point. I don't think there really needs to be any more rubato by that fourth and eighth bar. So that's all I got for that section. Does anybody else want
to? I think that, I mean, like, this is an incredibly difficult piece, and you guys are playing it quite well, and it sounds to me like you have, like, a good idea of how you want to play each section. There are places where I kind of lose, like, the chord progression, especially, like, where things start getting, like, really dense. I still want to hear the chord progression, so I'm thinking of, like, the stuff at the end, and I know it's difficult, but this dun 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 dun, where, I mean, you basically have like a G pedal, right? But those aren't the G's. The G's
are not the main chord.
They're not the main idea. Yeah. So you want to bring out, especially where you have dun 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 dun. Like those are not, the bottom notes are not the main star of the show. It's the chord progression. So I wonder if maybe you could you know what I'm talking about, right? The allegro con fuoco, the end. I wonder if you guys could just do it slowly here, like without the G's for right now. And then you can add the G's back in, but I really want to hear this chord progression and know that you guys can hear them too. And we'll see if this works.
Sorry, can I stop? I was gonna see if they're gonna do it again. Are there dots under these notes?
No. No.
Do you know why I asked that?
We should have like it should sound almost kind of like the beginning, right? But can you stay like more on the string?
A little bit more bow. We want to, hear the chords.
Yeah.
Sorry, Atlas, it was a very good beginning, but then you got sloppy and it's ta-ya, ta-ya, and it's not that, it's da-da. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, I hear this stuff at the end as like, this is like the most work I'm gonna put into the piece, like dun 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 dun. And I'm like scrubbing basically.
It's not gonna be comfortable.
No, this should feel like, I don't know, like really, really, really on. So maybe now we could like try adding in the open G's again, but still slowly so that we can hear like that kind of thing, like really staying into the string, like you have like super glue between the hair and the string, right? Obviously you're still gonna move your bow, but
got to put the FU in Allegro con fuoco.
Yeah. I kind of, well, now that you're like stuck into the string, like I think we can like sort of taper off on the dynamic. Like the most, to me, like the most compelling part of this phrase is the da 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 da, like where the fortissimo is, and it kind of felt like, it didn't feel like really like an arrival. It just felt like part of like the stuff that came before it, right? And I understand this is like difficult, like there are some like kind of sort of gnarly little intervals here, but I think if you put a little bit more stress into because it goes from a B flat to a B natural, right? You have, if you can give more energy to the, right? That is like, I mean, I tell Isabel this all the time. This is like make your grandpa chuckle or go ooh, like, right? There's always like, you know, imagine your grandpa's in the audience or whoever is in the audience and they go ooh, right? That should be like ooh moment, right? So I wonder, could you guys do that again? And like, it's a slow build, right? You guys are playing off a different version than what I think we have in front of us, right? But
Yeah.
do you guys have a crescendo or do you have just like a studio fortis?
Yeah.
You have a crescendo? Okay. Yeah, so maybe like now that you have the bow stroke going a little bit differently, like you can like time the arrival to the ba da 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 stuff a little bit more gradually. Yeah, you want to try that?
Do you want the beginning?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I think it's too loud. This should be like, where's it coming from? And then all of a sudden it blossoms, right? It doesn't have to be teeny tiny, but just leave yourself room to get louder. It should feel like, I don't know, it should feel like it's just the bottom opens up right there. Yeah. But I thought that like that starting dynamic and that bow stroke gives you enough room to play with. And then obviously as you get more comfortable with this spot here and the fingerings and the shifting up in the intonation or whatever, like you can get faster from here within a, reasonable limit. Yeah, that's like kind of that was my main thing is I want to hear more of the passacaglia, the chord progression. And you can take the idea from here and just move it to whatever variation you're doing. Yeah, sounds good though.
Yeah, good job. Thank you.
Yeah.
Question for you. Since only 2 people recorded it, we just want to watch it and then we just give written feedback.
Sure.
Do you want to talk to them?
What would be most helpful for that?
Yeah. I'm going to give the 2 cameras a second to clear out too.
Thank you.